Do you have the case number for this Michael King?
Mike, check 1, 2, 3. Mike, check 1, 2, 3.
Got all the materials. Just get that. So do you not have this PDF file?
Mike, check 1, 2, 3.
What is it? Is that the agenda? Oh, I do not have that.
What's the, this notice of hearing here? There's email to.
I didn't bring my computer, so I printed out the petition.
These are all the exhibits and such, and the board gave you this, so you can't have it as always.
Okay, well, you can phone it or tell me, I'll give you my phone there.
I do that.
Yeah, but it's.
Okay.
So it's Timothy
Brooke Arneson?
Check. Check.
Check.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Check. Good morning. My name is Karen Brandon. I'm the president of the Physical Therapy Board of California, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. The time is 9 o'clock. Today is Tuesday, March 18, 2025. And this is the first day of a two-day meeting of the Physical Therapy Board of California. Today we are meeting in University of the Pacific, Stockton, Thomas Long School of Pharmacy, 751 Brookside Road, Stockton, California, 95211, room D121. This is an official business meeting of the Physical Therapy Board. The board's role remains to maintain consumer protection and consult with local and state entities on the laws and regulations pertaining to the physical therapy industry. We will take public comment on specific agenda items, and at the end of the meeting, there will be a comment session for items not on the agenda. Public comments must be specific to the agenda item that is being discussed. If you would like to make a comment during a specific agenda item that is not related to the topic, you will be directed to hold your comments until we reach that appropriate agenda item. All comments that do not relate directly to an item on the agenda should be held until the agenda item for items not on the agenda. The board follows the Open Meeting Act. While we accept and appreciate the public's comments, we cannot respond to those comments. This meeting is being recorded and the minutes of the meeting will be prepared. Can we please have roll call? Thank you.
Karen Brandon,
Here.
Sam Q,
Here.
Dale Armstrong. Dale Armstrong is absent. Katarina Ellaby. Katarina Ellaby is absent. Tanya McMillian.
Present.
Alicia Benet.
Here.
All members are present with the exception of Dale Armstrong and Katarina Ellaby, and the board has a quorum.
Thank you. May I please ask Ms. Tanya McMillan to read the board's mission statement?
To advance and protect the interests of the people of California by the effective administration of the Physical Therapy Practice Act.
Thank you. Before we head straight away into agenda item 4, our special order of business, I would like to welcome everyone here today in person, board members, staff, stakeholders, and especially any members of the public. And I would like to then move on to agenda item number 4, Your Honor Aspinwall.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brandon. So my name is Timothy Aspinwall. I am an administrative law judge presiding at the hearing. May I please have the appearance from the Attorney General's office?
Yes, Your Honor. Nina Benjamin for the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. And the petitioner is present, Michael Kane. You and I spoke just a little bit before this meeting, and I talked with you about the nature of the proceedings, and I want to repeat that now, which is that you are here on this petition for reinstatement. The pertinent issues have to do with your rehabilitation since the time of that you lost your license. This is not a time to relitigate the past. It is a time, although the board members may ask you questions about the past. Essentially, the board will be determining whether your rehabilitation is sufficient to warrant reinstatement of your license. So we will go through this hearing process in which the Deputy Attorney General will introduce the case, give some background, offer exhibits in evidence, including the 3 letters that you provided us in advance of the hearing. And then you will have the time to offer sworn testimony of your own. And after you testify and say what you have to say, board members may ask you questions and the Deputy Attorney General may ask you questions. So, do you have any procedural questions so far?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And I understand that you do not have any witnesses in addition to yourself. Is that correct? All right. After the hearing, the board will go into closed session to deliberate and reach a decision regarding your petition. Following that deliberation, I will prepare a written decision. So you won't hear until more than 30 days, and you'll receive a decision by mail. Okay, so if Ms. Benjamin, can you please introduce the case, provide some background, and then offer the exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor, and esteemed members of the board. Our case here begins on January 12th of 2017. At that point in time, an accusation is filed naming Michael Kane as the respondent. The accusation alleges 5 causes of discipline, and that accusation is tabbed as number 4 in the packet that I provided you. It alleges 5 causes of discipline. The first is knowingly creating false medical documents. The second is gross negligence. The third is unprofessional conduct. The fourth is fraudulent and dishonest conduct. And the fifth is charging a fee for services not performed. Just a quick background on the facts that led to those causes of discipline. One was that Mr. Kane it was found that he was forging patient signatures on medical documents. And these medical documents were then submitted for payment, and he had not completed any of these services that were listed on those documents. He was also charging patients on a cash fee basis, but those visits and the treatment that was provided during those visits was not documented. And for the documentation that he did have, he failed to identify as well as track patient treatment goals, vitals, and other necessary information. And for more detailed information on the facts alleged, again, that is in the accusation. The next key date is that on November 20th in 2017, the respondent entered into a stipulated agreement. The agreement was that his license would be revoked and stayed for 5 years, and he would be under probation under certain terms and agreement, or certain terms and conditions, excuse me. One of those conditions was to notify both his employees and patients that he was on probation. And that order became effective on December 20th, 2017. And then almost about 2 years later, on December 16th in 2019, the board has received a petition for modification for Mr. King. He was specifically requesting the removal of term number 30, which again is notification to the patients. In his petition, he stated that this particular condition made it difficult for him to find and maintain employment. On September 22nd of 2020, a decision was made, and his petition request to modify probation was denied. And that order became effective on October 22nd of 2020. The basis for the decision was, one, there was insufficient evidence to show consistent conduct of rehabilitation. The petitioner submitted quarterly reports, but he submitted them late. He also had not worked as a physical therapist since 2017. At the time, his financial status was also concerning. He stated that he was financially struggling, which is important because based on his statements in the original accusation, that's what led to the misconduct, was again financial issues. And last, it was noted that the nature of his original misconduct was very severe. Again, it's centered on his trustworthiness and his ability to be fiscally honest. On January 28th of 2021, the board then received a request for voluntary surrender. At this time, Mr. King stated that he was unable to find work and thus voluntarily surrendered his license. That request was granted on April 22nd of 2021 and became effective on April 21st on 2021, which has now brought us to this current petition in front of us, which was filed on September 26th of 2024, wherein Mr. King is requesting that his license be reinstated. And so in light of that, I would like to request to have some exhibits entered into evidence. if the court will note that tab number 1, the notice of hearing, if I could have that marked as Exhibit 1 and entered into evidence.
1 is admitted.
Tab number 2 is proof of Mr. Kane's or prior proof of licensure. If I could have that marked as Exhibit 2 and entered into evidence.
2 is admitted.
Prior 3 is the petition that we have, I believe it's for this current petition for reinstatement. Yes. If I could have that marked as Exhibit 3 and entered into evidence.
3 is in.
Tab number 4 is the original accusation. If I could have that marked as Exhibit 4 and entered into evidence.
4 is in.
And number 5 is the stipulated settlement in order, which is the agreement Mr. Kane entered into after the accusation. If I could have that marked as Exhibit number 5 and entered into evidence.
5 is in.
Number 6 was the decision and order to modify probation. If I could have that marked as number 6 and entered into evidence.
6 is in.
Tab number 7 is evidence of Mr. Kane's voluntary surrender of his license. If I could have that marked as Exhibit number 7 and entered into evidence.
7 is in.
And number 8 is the investigative report for the petition of reinstatement, which was conducted by our probation monitor. If I could have that marked as Exhibit 8 and entered into evidence.
8 is in.
And so numbers 9 through 12 is the proof of rehabilitation that Mr. Kane's also submitted. If number 9 is his statement, if I could have that marked as Exhibit 9 and entered into evidence.
9 is in.
Number 10 is proof of continuing education that he completed prior to his license surrender. If I could have that marked as number 10 and entered into evidence.
10 is in.
11 is a letter of recommendation from Dr. James Selegnik. If I could have that marked as Exhibit number 11 and entered into evidence.
11 is in.
Number 12 is a letter of recommendation from Dr. David Hodges. If I could have that marked as Exhibit 12 and entered into evidence.
12 is in.
And this morning I received 3 other letters of recommendation. I believe the board has received them as well. If I could have the letter from Mr. Chad Halliburton marked as number 13 and entered into evidence.
It is marked and admitted into evidence.
And the second letter is from Pastor Mark Francie. If I could have that marked as Exhibit number 14 and entered into evidence.
It is marked and admitted in evidence.
And then the last is from Miss Stephanie Johnson. If I could have that marked as Exhibit number 15 and entered into evidence.
It is marked and admitted in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else at this time, Ms. Benjamin?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kane, this is your opportunity to talk about your petition. First, let me swear you in if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm very thankful for this opportunity to come here today. I didn't even know it was a possibility until about a year ago. I'd been thinking about physical therapy a lot, talking about it, and I thought, let me just look it up and see if there's a possibility I could practice physical therapy. And when I saw that it was the opportunity to do this 50-free statement, I was excited. I was excited in the fact that for the past 7 years, I've been working as a landscaper. Very thankful for this job. Work with my father-in-law. I think for the time I've had to reflect on my life, reflect on situations that have brought me to where I am right now. And looking back, these 7 years of not practicing physical therapy, and 10 years since those things that I did, when I lied, cheated, and I stole, I can say that I'm a different person than I was back. That time in my life was a hard time. I divorced, I lost my job, I lost my career, it was all I could do. And I was completely lost. If I didn't have 2 children, I probably would have made it. And I met a woman who's not my wife, and I wanted our relationship to be founded upon trust and honesty. So I told her everything I've ever done in my life, thinking she never talked to me ever again. And she told me the things that I did they were terrible. They were very sad. But she said that that's not who I am. I could be more than that. And I had a hope of redemption and a hope that I could become more was something that I never had before in my life. I had to recognize that the actions I took were based upon fear, pride, and self-centeredness. I didn't want that life anymore because the wages of it were just terrible. Not just for me, but everybody around me. Even my wife now, she's paying for things that I've done. My children, we have 5 children now, so I have 7 total. They don't really feel it. It's not like they've ever known. But to understand that my life has value outside of just myself, outside of just my family, outside of just living a life of, again, just trying to squeak by on anxiety and fear. There's just no way to live a life. So I gave my life to Jesus Christ 10 years ago. I went to church and I met with my pastor, Pastor Chad Halbert from the First Letter. And he was so incredible to me to be this fertile soil for me to plant some roots in. He met with me bi-weekly for 7 months. And we talked about everything. I told him everything I've ever done. And he let me know that there's a hope for your life. There's a calling on your life that's more than your past actions. That you don't need to live in the shame of what you've done before. That you can actually walk forward and have a life of gratitude and service no matter what the circumstances are around you. And at that time, I was very sure I was on welfare for quite a long time, going to food kitchens to make ends meet to be able to keep our house. And those circumstances, they were very stressful. But I was able to find peace in the fact that no matter what happens in my life, I have an eternal hope that's never been taken away from me. That even what happens to me, which I completely deserve, I'm actually so thankful for. Because I never would have learned lessons that I've learned these past, 7 years of practicing physical therapy that I haven't practiced, that I can speak into other people and I can give them a sense of hope. That they don't need to be slaves to their past, to the old person they were. There's a chance and opportunity to be redeemed. This world is it's full of people who are walking in bonds. That's the heart for everybody that doesn't know that they can have a peace inside of them to live outside of what they're seeing in front of their lives, seeing heartache, seeing trauma, seeing things we did on purpose to ourselves is something that I just wanted to be a servant. So early on, having this mentorship, being a part of small groups, having people keeping me accountable, it gave me a confidence that my story was important, and it's important to share openly and honestly so that people could have that message of hope. So I began leading men, specifically men, something I've done for the past almost 4 years, every Monday night for 4 hours on average. Just to speak this message that things can be done, there are real consequences for them, and they should be felt, and they should be carried out. But you don't need to live in that past anymore. You can be more than that. That shame will keep you stuck in that past to repeat those mistakes over and over again, those terrible decisions over and over again. I say, these are not mistakes that I made what you described before. These are on purpose decisions that I made. I had a choice to make between going this way and going that way. And I'll never do that ever again. I don't live life in fear anymore, anxiety and worry. I know I'm covered and I'm confident that I'll be taken care of, and life is going to be of more meaning to live a life of gratitude and just thanksgiving. I wanted to come here today to really show that I'm not the same person that I was 10 years ago. To even hear those things, I need to hear them, so the memory has to be there as a reminder of where I was and how I got there. But it's like talking about someone who's not alive anymore. That person, I don't see him anymore. I don't feel him anymore. And the testimonies that you've received from the 2 therapists they're unique. And one of the factors, a man that I went to school with. So he saw me kind of before and after this whole situation happened. The second is a man that I've met after. We'd never met that person before. And I thought that was incredible to read those letters to see how far God has changed me and how far I've come. How much of a different man that I am than I was back then. And how I think much more qualified I am now to be a physical therapist. Not just treating somebody physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Even working as a CrossFit coach for the past 8 years, and to see them not just being able to see somebody, again, achieve goals again physically, is something that it's been such a thrill. But it's just so much more than that. It's so much more than what I can do as far as a knowledge of understanding. It's so much more to be with somebody, loving on people, and letting them know that they're not alone, because we're all struggling with something. Everybody has something that's going on, something that keeps them awake at night. And to know that if you can share those things, light can shine on them. And by doing so, real change can possibly happen. These things that we conceal and hold inside us, like I have done for so many years, they manifest as these terrible, awful actions that come out of it. So I knew this couldn't be behavior modification. It had to be a true heart change from the inside out. It's difficult to look in the mirror and see those things in yourself that you're not proud of, that you're not very happy about. It's ugly. We want to stuff those things down and just kind of forget about them and just escape. Numb out. No, I wouldn't link with it anymore. I needed to go and face these things head on with accountability and honesty to be a true change, because I just want to be useful. Really, my whole life, I just want to be of use. I just want to be a servant any way possible it can be. So I believe this profession, the knowledge that you have experience in it, along with what I learned these past 7 years, qualifies me to be even better therapist than I've ever been. I just want to be of use with the talents and skills and gifts that I've been given to glorify God, to glorify the people that put so much time, energy, and patience into me, from my family, from my community. So that's why I'm here today.
Let's ask questions. Ms. Benjamin, do you have questions of Mr. King?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please.
Mr. King, starting with your letters of recommendation, from Dr. Seleknik, am I pronouncing that?
Just a gentleman.
That was far from correct. Starting with him, have you ever worked in a professional?
No.
Has he ever seen you worked in a professional setting at any point?
Other than internships.
And what about Dr. Hodges? Has he worked with you in any? Okay. Discussing your prior work experience, I believe during your petition to modify probation, you told the judge that you were struggling to find work. You found a job and you worked there for 1.5 years, and it was after companion home health. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, this is after that. Probation.
Yes, I believe so.
I'm never able to find job probation.
Okay, because I have if you look on page, maybe I'm misreading it, but if you look on page 45, in the second paragraph down,
Can you say which exhibit number, please?
oh, yes, Your Honor, I apologize. It's exhibit number, I believe, 6.
I don't even find, I don't have.
Oh, sorry, on the bottom, it says King petition, and that's where, because we have so many different exhibits and a different page number, yeah. And so on number 8, in the second paragraph, it said shortly after being fired from the second facility that's noted in the accusation, which is Companion Home Health, you were able to obtain a job for 1.5 years?
Oh, yes, this was after my transgressions,
Okay,
before my probation. So it took about 2.5 years, 3 years, and then to bring the case to me, and start facing repercussions from the physical therapy board.
okay,
So I had a job for 2.5 years between those two times. So not only if would be, I would be licensed the next week, the next month, so
Okay,
I'm talking 2.5 years before I was on the city. So
okay. And you said that after probation commenced, it was too severe and that you were let go, unfortunately?
yeah, because of the, obviously, I was recognition, I was like,
Okay. Did your employer state specifically that that was the reason why you were let go?
oh, yeah, because I was working in a home health capacity, and one of the articles was that I had
Oh.
a therapist come out and meet to work, and then all the other things that were happening, I wasn't able to work home health.
So that was a second home health, that second place that you worked at? It was another home health agency?
This was the one that I worked, yeah, after the reference.
Okay.
When I worked before, I went to the city itself.
And then you said you applied to, it looks like a good number of places. Were you only applying to home health agencies or what other kinds of
No,
companies?
never, home health was completely off the board as far as what my position, my cell was.
Okay,
So I reached out to the nursing home hospital. Every clinic I could find, like in 50, 60 mile radius, they would meet me, I talked to them, and go really well, and I'd say, hey, I have this probation goal, I'm sorry, we can't, I appreciate your honesty, and that it's something we can take on.
okay.
That's kind of happened to me for a couple of years. That's why petitions that have that modified, to see if I could get it out, because I wanted to do probation, but I couldn't do it unless I worked under the articles of probation, catch 22. That's why I have the petition for modification.
And I know financial issues are definitely a sensitive subject. But in both the accusation and again, this prior decision, you had told the judge that quote, the reason for your misconduct was fear of paying off debts and again, quote, greed and dishonesty, unquote. Are those debts and other financial issues still the same status in your life or what's been happening with those?
No.
Okay.
Not at all. I can't say we're living pretty, we live very humbly and very, very frugally, but in this way, so we don't make a lot of money as a landscaper. But just thankful for where we have.
And you said you work for your father-in-law as a landscaper?
Yes.
Have you been given any sort of responsibilities that involve taking care of funds or managing accounting records in any sort of way?
There's all the
Okay. And what about at your CrossFit position?
same thing at work as a revenue student.
Okay. Have you been given any responsibilities there again to manage accounting or do any sort of billing? And then actually, I think in all 5 letters of recommendation, it mentions your work at Oceans Church, which by the way is very commendable. Looks like you've helped a lot of people. I know that you discussed doing a weekly small group. Could you give me a little bit more detail as to what kind of duties are involved in running that small group?
Of course, it's a group where we meet together, able to talk about what's going on in our lives. Again, the hard things can take difficult. Be able to shed light on them, to pray for people, to walk alongside them, keep them accountable. Where we meet 4 hours, 5 hours Monday night, it doesn't end there. It's an all week long thing. It's constantly bringing this because people need somebody to reach out to, somebody to speak into their lives, speak hope and peace into their life. Turn it over to the one that can do all things, which is God, not me. I don't have all the answers, but I know the God that does. Just to have somebody to be with you in those things and in the difficult times, it's just give hope, give this peace, and I'll be able to raise up other leaders as well, too, sort of their own groups. Over time, things have been divided and kind of multiply, which is great to have those type of spaces. They're just so necessary for, especially for men. Men want to keep things in, they'll talk about things, especially with their wives, their friends, and have this air or appearance of having it all figured out. To be able to have other people who have one person start, just kind of get humble and open. The person who kind of follow through, you see real transformation happen. It's something that I just live for every single day of my life. Yeah.
So in these small groups again, are finances involved in any sort of way? Are you responsible? Okay, but I'm saying you're not responsible. There's no billing involved. You're not responsible for any sort of money issues. Okay. And it sounds like these small groups are discussion based, so there's nothing that needs to be documented or anything?
No.
By running these groups, are you somehow a mandatory reporter in any sort of way?
Well, if something were to come up that would be harming themselves or, something, yeah, I have people that above me that.
Okay.
Of course.
And without going into detail, of course, on somebody else's private issues, have you had to report anyone?
No.
Okay.
Just, smaller, things, nothing that would be solid for others.
And so, had that been the case, what would be the procedure for you to report to your
So I
superiors?
need ask for Stephanie Benson.
Okay.
We do all the smaller groups, she was talking to the picture on the board.
Okay.
Just support the resources so people who are inside the church who are adapted, let's say this is an accounting issue, a financial issue, self-harm issue.
Okay.
It's just gonna be something we can talk about.
And so, you said right after probation, again, you were struggling financially, you're on welfare, soup kitchens. If you don't mind me asking, how were you able to pull yourself up out of that? That's a difficult task.
A lot of help from the community. My in-laws have been absolutely incredible in helping out. Opportunities to work and also helping us out financially as well too. Yeah, a lot of doors just opened up for the business, which is great. It was kind of the business that he was towards the end of his career, kind of still is. He doesn't really work physically anymore. It's kind of fallen apart in 45 years. So I'm really like his body and the brains. So he wasn't really trying to grow that. The opportunities were coming up, just kind of out of nowhere, which is just a blessing. Take care of, honor him and what he's doing, giving me that opportunity to perform, but also to take care of his daughter and his grandkids as well too.
And sorry, again, I'm bouncing all over the place, but going to your prior work history, again, from the accusation, we see that you worked in home health settings. Have there been other settings that you've worked in?
I worked in the skilled nursing facility for.
Okay. What made you switch over to home health?
Freedom of schedule. Variety. I thought treat people inside their home as well too. It's one thing to get out of a bed in the facility, but to get out of your bed into your doorway into your own environment, problem solving with caregivers, with environment, with also family members as well too. I thought there's a lot more carryover.
How long were you working at the skilled nursing facility?
2 years. So 2 years.
So again, it sounds like or I should say the main reason for you surrendering your license originally was you were having difficulty finding employment while on probation, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't find a job and to keep paying the cost of the probation monitor, communication, everything at the facility. Sources to do that. So I thought this was just I really thought it was a sign from the Lord that I need to put that to rest. My life is over now. I'm just grateful for since the landscape.
So you haven't worked as a physical therapist since 2017? Okay. And I mean, I know without a license, you're prohibited to do a lot of that work, but have you taken on any, I guess, continuing education? Have you possibly reached out to other therapists who've been on probation and were able to successfully find work? What sort of things have you done within, of course, your capacity to still be involved within the world of physical therapy?
I just do personal training in my house. We wanted to get a treat. That was a thing I was doing for a while. Just kind of blossomed into pursuing a certification in CrossFit. In the past year, at a larger local gym, where I'm teaching anywhere from 50 to 20 people at a time, all age groups, which is great. That he's broadened my understanding a lot for stretching, functional motion, exercise, and it's an opportunity to be able to help people. I think more preventive medicine. That's more healthcare, a lot of disease care as far as healthcare is concerned. Taking care of people before the problems that arise with the nutrition.
Okay. And going to the letters of recommendation that you submitted this morning, so it looks like Pastor Francie, all three are pastors, oh, I apologize. So all three pastors, so they supervise you with your activities at the church?
Yes.
Have they entrusted you with any sort of record keeping or, again, dealing with any sort of billing or accounting or things that monetarily involve the church? No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Brandon, do you have any questions of the petition?
I think I do. Thank you. I had a couple questions about the rehabilitation that you felt like you've achieved. Can you kind of describe a little bit of what your personal triggers might have been when these incidents occurred, that to your best of your knowledge? We'll start there.
Yeah, I mean, really the situation was that I was completely divorced. That's how I was controlling my time. And I lived my finances for years, and that's why I was in charge of them. It seemed that it was a mountain. It was a mountain that was overwhelming. Student debts, bill loans, couple loans, cards. And I almost panicked. I need to work so hard as possible can to get out of this hole for my shoulder, to get out of my parents' house. And that was kind of the driving factor behind decisions that I made, choices that I made. I thought that was like the surface of it, but I go deep. A lot of it was just fear and not being able to provide. And with some, like I even that I'd be on the street or something like that, and my kids would maybe be taken away from me. It's kind of like spiraled out for that initial anxiety. This is coming from, in hindsight, well, where is that coming from? This was a complete lie. Eventually, let shine on that fact that that's kind of how my process. Being able to go to situations now where the fires of life come up, and impurities can kind of come out. Well, the fires of life, really not knowing how we're going to pay rent, how we're going to pay. When those things happened to me, it was humbling. The fact that it was not triggering, I wasn't panicking. I knew deep inside me that I'm okay no matter what. That no matter what life looks like, up or down, left or right, I'm going to be taken care of. I'm going to be okay. I said, wow, I'm not feeling these things anymore. But they're not taking me around and pulling me out of an idea of anxiety or fear of making things go away. I can sit in it and be thankful to see what's in this opportunity for the next tomorrow morning. Grateful I got breath in my lungs. And I can just go ahead and just walk the best I possibly can. Thanks.
Thank you. Another question I had about the incidents in the past were, did you have friends or coworkers that were aware of what had occurred? So,
Well, no, at the time of what I was doing,
yeah,
no, I wasn't to the best of my
okay. So did you have a support system at that time?
No, I didn't. The last few years of my marriage, I cheated on my wife in the middle of our marriage. In the last 3 years, I devoted my entire life to her and kids. It's like a penance to pay. I had no social life. All I did was just work, take care of the kids. She's going on to get her career, going to get her master's degree. Before those 3 years, she kind of just shut down her feelings. She didn't love me anymore. And one day she's on my divorce. She go, oh my gosh, I never know what else was shot. I did a lot of work. Thought we were great. But the fact is that she wasn't in it anymore for the past 3 years. And in terms of that, I was just crushing with that same question. So no, I didn't have a social life. I was very like, these things were just so unhealthy. They really were. I'm moving bounce ideas off of. I talked to my friend Jim, he was in San Francisco. I live in one town. They on the phone every once in a while, but to hook up to somebody else and talk about what's happening internally, like it never happened. And then looking back, now I see that was so unhealthy.
Okay. 2 more questions briefly. What kind of setting are you thinking that you'd be interested in working in again?
I mean, people are going to ask me what we're doing for the past 7 years. So I have a friend that works as a director of rehab for a nursing facility. I don't know if they have any openings, but in his network of nursing facilities, maybe I could get a job doing that. Dr. David Hodges is one of our recommendations. He manages an outpatient orthopedic clinic. That wasn't my specialty, but at least to get a chance to be hands-on and just kind of get with underneath me as a physical therapist, the opportunity, I would love to work with him. I love him so much. So having an interview, so those would be like my ideas initially. If that, I'm trying to up with the cart from the horseman, was you kind of like my steps.
And what are your options outside of physical therapy?
Right.
Yeah.
Continue to be a landscaper and continue pursuing CrossFit coaching.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rabina Ahmed?
Good morning. I noticed there wasn't any evidence of recent continuing education. Have you had any recent continuing education? No. And what is your plan to get up to speed to start practicing again?
That would be the first order of operation. It's to put resources and time to that. I would love to go on with my friend David Hodges and just walk around and be able to fly on the wall and like to get hands on with him. That'd be fantastic. Kind of get that over it. That would be awesome.
That was, my next question was, would you be actively seeking out mentorship as you are starting to get back into practice?
As for a physical therapy standpoint,
Mhm.
yes, of course. I think that he gave birth to do so. He teaches integrated education courses himself. He's an OCS. We're also in the community. We're part of our clinic. He's very resource already built in. Great friend of mine.
Yeah.
So he's local too. We've got my friend Jim, who's up in Cisco.
Thank you. Our board exists to protect the public, of course. And so should the board grant your petition, my guess is there will probably be some terms and conditions attached to that. And they may be similar to what you had in the past. And it seems you had trouble finding employment with those terms and conditions. And so how would that be different this time?
If I understand your conditions.
Yeah, if you had similar terms and conditions.
Wow. I'll try. I say it before because I'm given a lot. So it's hard. It's hard being senior hearing the word no, but that means times in pro. I've ever been trying for the job I've had before in my life. Hear that. Because it's a lessons not typical. I'd really put myself out there, but it would be experience.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor?
Thank you. Ms. McMillan, do you have questions?
Thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you for sharing your story. I'm gonna lean on the practitioners on the board to answer some of the working questions, but I really want to talk to you about your redemption. Redemption is real. And I appreciate Dr. Rabina Amin asking you, what if you are faced with some of the same conditions? And you kind of took me back a little because you have just shared how much God has done in your life. And I didn't see hope just now, just so you know. I didn't feel you leaning into your faith to answer that question, but I understand it. Trust and believe. I heard you saying that you're not that same person, but you are the same person. Your responses are different. And I'm wondering if you are allowed to go back and practice physical therapy, what happens, because the situations and the challenges they're going to still be there, and they're still going to come at you, and they're going to come at you harder than before. And I'd like to know, what are your thoughts about that? You can't foresee the future, of course, but if you are a believer, you know what's, yeah.
Coming and walking into this room. Recognize what these things are. That was a little bit of a surprise. It was surprise to take you down for a second, 100%. That's what Danny wants to do is shame the past and stuff and knows. That's what I must have. It's not who I am. Struggle is going to happen. That's how I'm applying. That's how I'm going to change. But I feel like an easy lever make me different than I was. So I follow him. Speed I don't quick down the doors of our way through. I'll be dragging behind. So he opened the doors and I walked through them. The store was open to me to come today. So I walked through it. So that door's open to me and it's still in place. I'm gonna keep walking with him. I'm not gonna ever walk. No, I'm seeing them coming right now. On the hills, I can see them. So that is the fundamental thing. I'm never alone. I'm never never on my own. I'm going to have physical people in my life. I could have 100 people. I'm praying for you right now who actually would love to be here. Appropriate. Those people I have to come because when the fire of life hit and emotions are so close, I need people to remind me of this and I. That takes two to do that. So I need it's like that's why I love having people around me being a part of that for somebody else. People to receive that as well too. We all need a Peter, we all need a Paul in our life, somebody we can speak into it, somebody that can speak into us. But I don't have it all figured out. Yeah, that was a little jolt right there. Here now, like, whoa, okay, I didn't know that was a possibility. But his door's open. I'm going to walk through the door. This thing's gonna be pleasant. Let's say that I pray for a job and I think I hear the Holy Spirit's voice. Okay, and I walk to it and it becomes a typical job with a hard boss and bad hours. That can hear your voice. Now you need some things that are great. Never been the case. Has been the case for the past 7 years. That's why I've been thankful for these 7 years. I would not have learned anything I learned without this happening.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful. But this board has worked as far as I'm concerned, as far as my personal growth and going on, not just the agent for change for my family, but for my.
And never put more on you than you can bear.
He often does. So I rely upon his strength. Because if I rely upon my own strength, I fail. And to lean on my understanding that I did my entire life, to hear that voice, hear that word that I don't have to have all the answers.
You said something that resonated with me, and I like that you acknowledge the impact that your actions not only had on yourself, but your family, and more importantly, the public.
Yeah.
I really appreciated hearing those words come out of your mouth, and the fact that you're not in the solo lane. Like, I love that you have a village, you have a community that you can lean into, but I also like that they can lean on you as well. Do you look at the things that have happened because of your transgressions? Do you look at those things as punishment?
No, that was the fault that happened before to my ex-wife, that I thought this was a penance that I was paying. That because of this for the past that I deserved to live in that kind of shame, that's not living in confidence with him. And that's gonna really inform your decision to be more of fear, more of self-loathing, and kicking yourself. But no, I walk in confidence that the Lord has me no matter what. I'm not that man. My man's dead. You hear about it now, it's like I'm reviving a dead body. So no, not at all.
What made you seek out the church?
Well, because I was at rock bottom.
Yeah.
When my wife told me she was gonna divorce me, it was like the whole rug was pulled out underneath me. I had no foundation. My foundation was my own understanding. And now I let myself down. I was like, what am I gonna do? If I didn't have those kids, I would not have made it. I would not have made it. So I think at that time I've been afraid. Or I thought religion was for people who were weak. The fall. My dad was the same way. I kind of fall asleep my whole life. And his God is finances, if you're right in the books, then you're right in life. That's his idol. And I think that's how I lived my life. And when that got flawed with me, there was nothing there. It was just a black hole. So meeting the woman that I met, who's my wife, I was open for the first time in my life because I had been humbled. And so there was a seed already there that she watered by loving me, telling me, if Christ can forgive me for what I've done, I can forgive you. I said, what? I said, that no, like, especially with women, your actions speak louder than words. I just told you who I've been for the past 10 or my whole entire life. That explains you. That's not who you are. God says that you're more than that. That isn't who you are. You can be more than this. Like, what are you talking about? Like, people don't do this. It's not how life works. So I go to church for the first time. Chad Albert, this guy's talking. I don't belong there. I feel like I'm, I should not be in this place at all. I cursed him out loud. Some people have done there for belief and stuff. I'm thinking that I cannot be here. So speaking. And the word he had that day was that you don't understand, he just ran away. In fact, he never, he's a mystery. He's out for entire eternity. And to hear those words was so liberating, the fact that they don't have to have all the answers anymore. The pressure's off. I got in my car and broke down for half an hour with all this hindsight in my life, but he has always been trying to speak to me, trying to work through people, trying to work through events. And I couldn't hear him because my eyes and ears were so plugged. They were so plugged with my pride, self-understanding. And I felt so guilty when I felt those things. And I heard an audible voice telling me, he said, that guilt's not for me, I'm always loved you. That was made in my life. It changed. I came back the next week at church, and this church never does altar calls ever, maybe on Easter once. And middle of service, he stops and he says, somebody needs to accept God right now. And I stood up, and my wife said, what do you do? My girl at the time, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm all in. I had decisions to make, and I said, I'm all in. He watered that seed, like the seeds are thrown on the road, and the birds come and eat them, they go in the brambles. He was her sword.
Yeah.
He took the time for 7 months to be a disciple, show me the Bible, the validity of it, show me this eternal hope to his friend Jesus to get water baptized. I mean, my life, I was looking around the situation I never saw before, 15 people, 15 events, between Bible. You've been here the whole time. How did I miss it? It's so obvious. How did I miss it? With my eyes and ears.
Your testimony is not for you, it's for us, and thank you for sharing it. And
Let them go over how about the blood of the lamb, word of my testimony.
yeah, but this,
I can talk about this, not be shameful about them, because I have victory over them. That's not quite it anymore. And he leverages my words to offer decisions and have about how is that possible? Only by God.
I feel your fire. This is my last, no, don't apologize, not at all. This is my last question. What do you miss about the practice?
Miss people. I miss. And especially in home health, we don't get after population towards the lives. And that last 2.5 years that I had, I met the Lord walking with me. It was a ministry. I was able to walk people to the very end of that. Not that I'm trying to push anything on them at all. It's just the Lord gave me the opportunity to love on people who were scared and fearful, and about how their lives, about what was important to them. And it happens with them, it's a family, all about relationships. And that to me is just the thing that I miss the most. The city, when I'm saying, hey, you know, still have purpose, even if you can't leave your house, even though your body's locked up and you inside your brain, I'm hearing your things again. I'm going to leave this place to go somewhere else. I'm going to talk to them about what you're going. So what you're doing is not a waste, you're not a waste of space and a waste of life. I carry you with me. The experience that I have, you can actually bless somebody else. So even if you're complaining, help somebody else have hope that they're not alone. That's what I miss the most about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming today and pursuing this again.
Mr. Q, do you have questions?
Yes. Well, I really appreciate your determination and willingness to do whatever is possible to raising a family. And one of the things that come across me is that have you ever, through your recovery from the past rounds, thought about your motivation of what you did? Was it purely financial, or were they other factors deeper than just taking a $90 payment?
Yeah, it was fear that a number on a piece of paper that was actually giving me my work. I equated with my financial situation, who I was, who actually my work. My father. Now I understand that it's because the number on this paper says I owe, it doesn't give me my work, it's telling me who I am. I was activating out of that fear that unless that number's above that line, I'm back in the black, that I have no worth, that I have no value, that I'm not successful, that life is actually a failure. That's what I mean. It was fear not being enough.
Were you compensated on a W-2 or were you on a
Was that-
independent contractor basis when you worked for the facility?
Which facility was this? I'm sorry.
The facility that where all these documentations happened?
I was working under assistant for it.
Okay. Okay. To follow up with the question that life's full of challenges and not all of the expectations can be met. So if this board would put more requirements through the process, and by going through the requirements does not guarantee a positive outcome, how much commitment you think you would have to still pursue it?
I'm just happy for the opportunity. I know actually this isn't possible. So if you guys give me even a small chance, the chance that I'll take, pursue the best I possibly.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, does any other board member have follow-up questions? Okay. Well, this is an opportunity for closing statements. And both you, Mr. Kane, and Ms. Benjamin will have an opportunity. So, Mr. Kane, is there anything that you would like to say in closing?
And I'm just so thankful to be here. Thankful for the guests that came out today. The opportunity for us just to ask a question. If we were to reinstate that I would be an asset, I would just be thankful. If you got every information that she worked for me. If I got that, be just hard. Of that mention, not just for me, but even my little kids seeing this whole process and just that testimony that you can walk things out, you can be honest and true, and honest about everything I've ever done, age specific, of course, 19, 17 now, the old ones are, so everything I've ever done. I tell them when I say the wages of sin is death. These are the things that I did, the mistakes that I did. But when you fall, because you will fall, you can do your deeds. If you walk the truth, you pay the penalties for it that are necessary. You're more than your actions, more than your mistakes. You understand my father's power. I can't earn it. And I don't deserve it, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Benjamin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, esteemed members of the board, we're all aware of our duty and our duties to first and foremost protect the public. And so when requesting for one to have their license reinstated, the petitioner is required to demonstrate through clear and convincing evidence that he has rehabilitated himself. And we can see rehabilitation through consistent conduct. And while Mr. Kane's remorse does seem genuine, the law requires us to have more than remorse. We need evidence of rehabilitation, and I don't feel that that has sufficiently been provided. It is clear from the letters of recommendation that he has a very strong community and a possible support system. But we have no evidence to know that he will remain or be trustworthy to the level that the board requires him to be trustworthy when it comes to both patient care and financial matters. When it comes to professions where people are responsible for the healthcare, the well-being of another person, especially when it comes to therapy, literally giving them the ability to move, to walk in any sort of way, we require a higher standard for these practitioners. We require a certain level of trustworthiness. And based on the prior misconduct, Mr. Kane has broken that trust with the board. And it's also particularly concerning that since he did work in home health, and a majority of those patients are elderly, he targeted a particularly vulnerable population, which is concerning. Again, his work with the church is commendable. And while his remorse may be sincere, there's nothing to show that he's been given responsibility with things like maintaining records properly or having to document or care for somebody else's physical well-being. He hasn't been put in any sort of, he hasn't been given any sort of fiscal responsibilities. And I think it's also particularly concerning that he hasn't pursued any sort of continuing education with regards to physical therapy. He last practiced in 2017, and that was quite a while ago. And I think it would be less concerning had there been evidence of him finding other therapists who are also on probation, but were able to successfully complete the terms of probation, or find other mentors, or still remain in this community so that he could keep up with this work and again, rehabilitate himself, not just personally or introspectively, but also with the rest of the community. And it's stated, I believe in exhibit number 6 in the decisions and orders for his prior petition, the judge says that terms of probation, they're difficult. And they're difficult for a reason, because again, our purpose is to protect the public, but they're not impossible. There are thousands of other practitioners who have made mistakes. They've been put on probation and they've been able to successfully complete probation. And they've been able to maintain their licenses and continue practicing. And without anything concrete to show that if Mr. Kane is put again in that same situation, these same sort of probationary terms, there's nothing showing me that he would perform better. I could argue on his behalf that he does have a support system this time around, which is a very huge help. But other than that, I don't believe that he's sufficiently reached the standard of clear and convincing. And again, the reason being is because the severity of his misconduct is just so high, and we require more of people who are responsible for the well-being of others. And I'll submit on that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes the petition hearing in this matter. The case is submitted, the record is closed, and we are off the record, and the board will now deliberate in closed session.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go to closed session now. Thank you for those of you in the public and for those who came today to present. Okay, welcome back. This is a continuation of the PT Board of California board meeting. We are going to continue with the item on the agenda, number 6, the reading and approval of the meeting minutes from December 5 to 6.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Rosakis, and I will be presenting and going over the December 5th and 6th, 2024 meeting minutes. If you guys are ready, we can start on page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Better? No? Okay. Perfect. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. And page 30. On page 35, on line 1026, it should be December 6th instead of September 18th. So that's the one correction that I gave myself.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes with the suggested edit.
Okay.
Karen Brandon,
Aye.
San Q,
Aye.
Dale Armstrong is absent, Katarina Ellaby is absent, Tanya McMillian,
Aye.
Alicia Benet.
Aye.
4-0, motion carried to adopt December 2024 meeting minutes.
Excellent minutes. Thank you. I actually asked the executive officer if they were done with AI. They were so good.
Okay, we're moving on to item on the agenda number 7, President's Report, and specific to the upcoming adopted meeting calendar for 2025. Do you want to share that, Jason, if you don't mind?
There are 2 points of clarity for the 2025 calendar. The June meeting still has 3 days listed. If you remember, right, the conversation we were having was trying to figure out, did we want to do a Wednesday, Thursday, or a Thursday, Friday? The staff recommendation is to do a Wednesday, Thursday, which is the 25th, 26th. And so if that meets with approval of the board, that takes care of the month of June. The other consideration is September. We've aligned both our board meeting and our expert consultant training to coincide with BPPA's annual convention. I guess the only caveat that I would put there is while we plan on attending and we plan on having the expert consultant training and we plan on a 2-day meeting in Southern California, there is always the unknown and the uncertainty right now being the state of affairs and fiscal operations for the state of California. We may receive a directive that may limit our travel in some way. And so some of those things will have to be considered with those dates as well. The other thing that I wanted to bring to the board's attention in regards to the calendar is the possibility of adding 2 additional dates, one in October and one in November, to prepare for our sunset hearing this time next year. Try to balance that with what I just said about possible restrictions in travel and those kind of things also. The recent amendments to Begley-Keene do allow the board to have a hybrid meeting, but it still requires the majority of board members to be in attendance at the publicly noticed location. So it does help us a little bit, but it doesn't really, solve the issue of expense or anything like that that might be affected by, say, an executive order.
Couple questions. Once the composition of the board is such that the remaining members, a majority of the remaining members are in Los Angeles, is that taken into consideration since all of them must be there?
So that's something we've always struggled with as far as the composition of this board. The majority of the members always have been located in Southern California. I do think there's kind of a randomness and the luck of the draw element, if you will. But it would be, I would say, in the consideration of whether or not how the travel restriction would play out. Staff and I would have to look at that and determine a small set of, PTBC staff traveling to Southern California to try and, lessen the expense to the extent that we could.
Yeah, and I just, we don't know what that's going to look like. Everything's hypothetical, but I wonder about, a webcaster.
I think the webcast provides an element of public access that will always be considered in the sense of not just webcasting, but also that WebEx element. And I think we are going to attempt to do a WebEx hybrid meeting at the June meeting. It's a little bit easier for us because we're at home in Sacramento. But I think also in Loma Linda. So, and I think it's something that we'll have to consider just given the restrictions, not only with the possible travel restrictions and fiscal budget, but vacancies, composition of the board, maintaining quorum, that kind of thing.
Thank you. The second question is regarding your comment on sunset review. And did you say that's a year from now for our board?
So we should receive the sunset template from the legislature right about September of this year. And so like years past that you participated in a few times, we'll have kind of a truncated period of time to compose that report. We'll have the September meeting, assuming that we have the template. If we don't have the template, we'll start the process using the previous year's sunset template, at least to try and get a lot of the work done. We'll have our normally scheduled December meeting, but we also know that sometimes there's a demand or a need. We'll have to either look at maybe a date in October or a date in November.
And finally, I just want to compliment staff on the new look of the calendar. I like that, the explanation and color coding is right underneath each month. So thank you for that.
I had a question. Jason, last year we had the similar travel restrictions imposed. And obviously we're in different calendar year of legislation, et cetera. But since December is such a significant time for us to be making elections and different things for our own board, is it September that potentially usually gets kind of bumped if we had to go down on board meetings? Or is it really more of a reality now if WebEx is available in the capacity that it could provide public access for comment and participation.
So I'll come at it from two different angles. One is that with the recent change to Bagley Keene, the way the law is interpreted today is that a majority of the members shall be at the place of public notice. And then the remaining members could participate remotely. Having said that, and to your point, Dr. Brennan, when we were able to meet remotely, we were operating under a different authority. There was a governor's executive order that was issued that actually empowered the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs to also provide this exemption to the Bagley Keene language to allow a board to fully participate remotely. But that was, based on information that we had at the time about a global pandemic and all of the social distancing rules and those kind of things. So one of the things that we'll be talking about later this afternoon in proposed legislation is an extension of that Bagley Keene statute change. Not a change to it, just an extension of that date. So it doesn't solve our problem as far as fiscal ops. It doesn't solve our problem as far as vacancies and composition of the board. But it will allow us a little bit more flexibility to have at least the ability to have 3 members participate remotely. And that could realize some cost savings. As far as not coming to Loma Linda, that's not an option. We will be there.
I just didn't want to hear we're getting bumped, right?
Exactly.
Again.
Assuming, again, that we don't go back to this governor's executive authority to restrict all travel and switch to a remote setting. Absent that, at least 4 members will be at Loma Linda to participate in the meeting there.
Okay, thank you.
So Claire, for June and September, our board meetings are 3 days or just 2 days?
The June meeting, we had left 3 days on the calendar because there was still some indecision at the last meeting as to which of the 2 out of the 3 days we wanted. Staff's recommendation is to do the Wednesday, Thursday. And as long as that aligns with your calendars, that's our recommendation. The September meeting is still a 2-day board meeting, but the first day, the Monday, we're going to hold an in-person expert consultant training. And the board members are more than welcome to attend that. We encourage it, but not absolutely required or necessary. If you have schedule conflicts, we understand. That Saturday and Sunday coincides with CPTA's annual convention also. And so that'll be a busy week for us. And some staff will be at the convention, some staff will be at the training, some staff will be at the board meeting itself, and some will be at all 3.
Okay, do we have to make a motion regarding
The one that's up in
adjustment?
the air is the June.
Yeah.
Right.
Is there any discussion with board members regarding that date to make it June 25 and 26? Anybody concerns, comments? Okay, public?
Are we going to make a motion?
We have to do a motion first.
Amend the calendar.
Amend the
Okay.
calendar.
And the date on the calendar is June 25th, 26th.
Mhm. Okay, any further discussion? Board, no. Any public comment? Okay, not hearing any. We'll take a roll call on that.
Karen Brandon,
Aye.
Sam Q,
Aye.
Dale Armstrong is absent. Katarina Elevy is absent. Tanya McMillian,
Aye.
Alicia Benjamin.
Aye.
4-0, motion carried to amend the June 25th and 26th dates of the 2025 meeting calendar.
All right.
So the only other recommendation that I have for the 2025 calendar is just a consideration of an October or November date, since I have, majority of the members here. If there are certain dates that you certainly know won't work for you, And we can always revisit this conversation in June. But if there's logistics that we can look at, having Sacramento meeting or whatnot. The other thing to consider also is, at least for Sunset, you could put together an advisory committee, and the advisory committee can, under the vacant team rules, can meet completely remotely. And so there's an option there. And I'll kind of lean on Michael a little bit as far as the membership of the advisory committee. I think the advisory committee can be a portion of, or even the entirety of the board for that particular topic.
I think I'm gonna probably need to look at that in terms of if we're gonna have the entire board. Because then any action they would be taking would be on behalf of the board and we couldn't use that authority. But certainly if there are board members who are not on the committee, they can always observe. They just wouldn't be able to participate. But we can have a follow-up conversation about that.
Okay, I think the thing that I'm interested in that too is the idea of 3 members or 4 members serving on the committee. And if there's, like you said, if there's a majority threshold, it's to be concerned, or even the totality of the board concerned.
Well, if the big difference is when you go from 2 committee members to 3.
Yeah.
If there are 2-member committees, you don't have to have any public notice. If it's a 3-member committee, then you have public notice, but we can, as you stated, we can have the meeting under the separate authority for advisory committees so that everyone can be in person. So there really isn't a difference between 3 or 4, but if we have the entire board on a committee, I don't think that I would like to get back to you on that with more specifics, but my concern is that any action taken by that committee would be considered an action.
So in the consideration of like an October date and a November date, again, looking at your calendars to see if you have any specific conflicts, but also considering that attendance might be remote. We might be able to do it as an advisory committee. That might be something that we have to put together at the June meeting. Mm-hmm. And when we have a little bit more information and we kind of know what our options are. But if there's any specific dates in October and November that absolutely won't work, please provide them to us so we can kind of navigate around.
Mr. Kaiser, I have another board meeting on November 20th and 21st. Other than that, those 2 months are clear for me.
Does anyone have anything that they know of right now? Or we can just make sure this is on the June agenda with further information that you're able to provide.
And it's always something that you can just provide to us as you come across it.
Okay. Thank you. Can we move on then to the proposed meeting calendar for 2026?
Again, here we're planning far enough out. Again, if you have any known conflicts, please, let staff or I know. Make us aware of them as soon as you can. The one thing that I think for us that's still a little in the air is September of this time next year, September of 2026. We are still looking for a SoCal host to provide us a location. I think a couple of the ones that we had in the works, we have found out are not able to accommodate us. So we'll continue to look for another host.
Are we needing to adopt this calendar at this time?
No, it's for
next.
informational and anything you might want to bring to our attention.
Okay. Any comments? No? Any public comments regarding the 2026 and 2025 calendars? No. All right, we're going to move on to item number 8 on the agenda, Executive Officers Report. Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you, Dr. Brandon. I wanted to say a few words about our quarterly reporting. At this meeting, we're looking at the second quarter of fiscal year 24-25, statistically speaking. So all of the data that you'll find in the reports is good up until January 1st. Yet, here we are today with just 2 weeks left in what is actually the third quarter. And the quirky thing about that reporting is, while we're only reporting the data from the second quarter, I and staff, to a certain extent, will be updating the board on matters that have happened or occurred after the close of that second quarter. And the best example of that I can give you is legislation. There were clearly no legislative considerations in the second quarter. A March meeting is always an odd meeting in light of the beginning of the first year of a legislative session. In preparing our agenda materials, we try to get them out to you as members with about 2 weekends worth of time to review those materials. In addition, we have to build it into the schedule enough time for DCA's OIS team to make that document ADA accessible and also post it to the website, which is 10 days in advance of that period of time. Which ultimately means that the time of preparing the package for publication, in this case, we're ahead of the February 21 deadline for submitting legislative bills. Which in turn explains in this legislative report, you'll see no bills are listed. It just says legislative update, because we had not yet been able to identify bills or their content for that matter. We were aware of some spot bill presentations, but we couldn't confirm whether they would be related to physical therapy or not. But staff have identified a number of bills in the recent weeks, and we are going to present them to you today, but they will be for informational purposes only, just to make you aware of them. So they're not something that the board can discuss taking a position on or anything like that. We'll have plenty of time to discuss that aspect of those bills at the June meeting. I wanted to just look over at Michael to make sure that he's okay with that.
Thank you.
So, and I think by then we'll also know a little bit more about those bills as they kind of move or they become a little bit more solidified. So a couple other items that are kind of like that, right? So for outreach, you'll see in the reports that Q2 was another very productive outreach report. October averaged 2 to 3 presentations a week. Staff, April, has provided you a new calendar to look at that gives you a little bit more of a visual to see the proliferation of outreach at a glance, which I think kind of surprised us all when we actually, we list the dates out and we say them out loud, but when we actually see them on a page, it does change things a little bit. It's a much better visual representation of just how much we're doing. And we are doing another high school career fair. Calahosa is having a career fair at the Sacramento Convention Center next weekend, but I'll let April tell you more about that tomorrow. And then a few more examples of kind of the difference between Q2 reporting and some things that are a little bit more recent. For admin services and for our fiscal situation, we're still working under the Department of Finance issued budget letters, which anticipates a significant general fund deficit in fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26 moving forward. Those letters state that we must take immediate action to reduce expenditures and identify operational savings. And you might remember from previous reports that we're planning for an 8% reduction in our current overall budget and a vacancy sweep that was conducted statewide. And again, we've accounted for that 8% reduction, and as of right now, have not had to surrender any position authority. Related to that with staffing, we currently have one new vacancy, an analyst position in the application services unit has become vacant. So we would like to say congratulations and farewell to our endorsement analyst, Ariana Rathman. She's accepted a promotional position with the Registered Nursing Board in their correspondence unit. But we'd also like to welcome Anastasia Stokes to the Administrative Services Unit as the lead of that unit. And Ms. Stokes came to us in February and has proven to be a very valuable hire. She has 8+ years experience in finance and budgets, which will be greatly appreciated in the next few fiscal years. And there'll be some more on that later. And we also hope to have our analyst position in the continuing competency unit filled in the next couple of weeks, probably the first or second week of April. Another thing that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'm sure that some of you are already aware, it's been very present in the news. The governor issued Executive Order N22-25, and it orders that all agencies and departments that provide telework as an option shall implement a hybrid telework policy with a default minimum of 4 in-person days per week as of July 1st. CalHR provided guidance on March 13th on how boards may consider employee requests for more than 1 telework day per week on a case-by-case basis. That guidance was less employee-centric and more operational need, with an emphasis of in-person work, including enhanced collaboration, cohesion, creativity, and communication, as well as improved opportunity for mentorship. And we will be drafting all new telework agreements with staff here in the coming weeks. Any questions there?
I had a question about that regarding our staff. I understand that some boards have space issues regarding bringing their employees back in. How are we doing with those that had significant numbers of days at remote and coming back in? Are we having to share space or any other issue?
No. So as a result of telework hybrid schedules, some state agencies did downsize their square footage footprint and relied heavily on some hoteling, cubicle space sharing. In the middle of the pandemic, we moved from a smaller location into a larger location, and that was like a 5-year labor of love when we did that. So it was awkwardly timed, right? So we moved into a brand new space just to be sent home to work from home for a period of time. I guess the bonus side of that, at least the positive side of it, is today we have more than enough square footage space and cubicles assigned to staff to allow for the 4-day in office and even 5-day if that need be, with even a little bit more room for growth, right? So that's not, the square footage space and the cubicle space is not an issue for us. Okay, so one of our favorite topics, board appointments. We still have 1 board member vacancy, which is becoming more emergent as time goes on. Since our meeting in December, there have been several appointments made to DCA boards, including 1 to pharmacy, 1 to the Dental Hygiene Board, 2 to the Board of Chiropractic Examiners, 2 to the California State Athletic Commission, and 2 to the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. And this is since my last reporting for the December meeting. So I will say again that I think we're pretty close to being next. Again, from discussions, I do know that the governor's appointment secretary and her staff are aware of our current needs, and they're also considering appointments for upcoming vacancies. And in Dr. R.A.'s honor, knock on wood if you're with me.
Can I ask a question, please?
How do I phrase this? What gives you confidence that this is going to happen soon?
I guess the only thing that I could say to that is kind of the inevitable need,
Okay.
right? Like, I do, in observation of those appointments that were made to some of the other DCA boards, I know that those appointments were made as those boards were coming up on quorum issues, right? So as necessity drove, then the positions were appointed. So I'm hoping that we have that same situation.
So your hope is not based on conversations that you've had?
Slightly based on conversations, meaning that the only thing that I do know from conversations is that they are aware of our needs for current vacancies and for vacancies that are not only coming up this year, but even next year, right? So that is, that's something that I could probably take an optimistic view at. After this meeting, this board will be right at quorum if no appointments are made for the June meeting, which does leave me feeling a little uncomfortable. But it's something that will keep an active line of communication with DCA and with the appointment secretary.
Are they still looking for applicants?
I would say yes, they're always still looking for applicants. One of the points of feedback that I've gotten over the last few years even is that there aren't enough applications to review by the governor's office for both professional and public member positions. They're always asking for submissions.
Hopefully we have some viewers on webcast that hears this message, and if they meet the criteria, they'll put in an application.
Yep. They can go to gov.ca.gov and look for appointments. There's an application process on there. You can always fill out that application. There's an interview process. That interview process can be as much for them as it is for the governor, trying to figure out if this fits for them as they might fit for us. So I would encourage anybody that might have interest in it to do it. Gov.ca.gov. That's the governor's website.
And I guess that would go for a public member as well.
It would go for the public appointment by the governor.
Yes.
There is one for this board. The other two public members are currently filled, and one is by the Senate Rules Committee and the other by the Speaker of the Assembly. Ms. McMillian and Mr. Q. Next topic. Okay. Application services. I'm not going to report much here. I'll just highlight again, as I did last time, we've been predicting an increase in PTA applications due to an increase in the number of PTA programs in California. And as you saw from the last licensing services update, we're starting to see the increase materialize. Now, tomorrow, you'll see a rather inordinate increase in the number of PTA applications received, up 24% from last fiscal year to date. And while that is the most significant increase, I'd still highlight double-digit percentage increases all across all of the CAPTE accredited application processes. So we've seen a pretty significant increase in applications across the board, but PTA especially.
Is that based on the timing with which or is it really their cohorts were that much larger?
So for across CAPTE for PT, the cohorts are larger, and alternate tracks also includes that as well. One program having a rotating track, more than one cohort in a single year. But for PTA, it really is just the number of programs increase, creating that many more graduating classes, generating those applications. For consumer protection services, again, I'll say that we've seen an increase in enforcement activity, an 8% increase in the total number of complaints, but also a 53% increase on the number of complex cases that went to the AG for filing, and then a 22% increase in the number of accusations. At the end of the second quarter, we expended 60% of our enforcement allocation. It's a little inordinate, it's a little out of the ordinary. We typically see higher billings in quarter 3 and quarter 4. So we're preparing an augmentation package for the AG and OAH costs. Meaning that through our legislative authority, we are able, for enforcement costs only, to be able to dip into our fund to increase the remaining enforcement line item as an increase of those complaints. It's something that you really can't predict, the number of complaints that you'll receive. And so we do have that legislative authority to do that. It's an unusual process, but it's there by design, so we can file for that augmentation. This does come directly from the fund, So it may change our fund condition numbers, detrimentally over time. And if we find that this time next year, we're seeing the same kind of trend increase, we might look at doing a BCP to change the line item for enforcement to account for that trend data. One of the things to kind of keep in mind is that we saw enforcement go down during the pandemic, naturally, as you might assume, less complaints, less investigations. And then I think that we are experiencing somewhat of kind of a rebound effect from that now. Next year will be kind of the telltale sign to see if it is really an increase or it really is a rebound coming out of COVID. And so some of those rebounds aren't just the number of complaints we're receiving, but as those existing complaints are being investigated and as those investigation resources are being spent, we're now seeing the end of those materialize. So we'll keep an eye on it very closely. This augmentation is a one-time augmentation for just this year's budget line item. And it's possible that even though we submit the augmentation package, it's denied for whatever reason. And if it's denied for whatever reason, then we'll have to account for it, bottom line budget, sacrificing other areas of the budget to pay for those costs.
When, Jason, I had a question. When you say that it's unique, is that the only line item? It's the investigation cost that we're trying to cover? Or, I mean, do we have that many more cases that
We do have that. So we have seen an increase in the number of complaints, but it's more than just the increase in the number of complaints, I would say, is negligible. You could rule it off to just an ebb and flow that you might see, about 8 to 10%. But it's the type of cases and then the cases that were already in the pipeline that are a little bit more complex, have required a little bit more investigation and even a little bit more work by the AG's office. And so it's those costs that we're actually seeing an increase in. Q1 and Q2, you're coming into the new fiscal year. There's a little bit of a rebound from the close of the previous fiscal year, but we really see Q3 and Q4 where there's a lot more closeout and the billings are expected to be a little bit higher. So hitting 60% at the halfway mark is a little early. And then we know just from, like I said, that's the quirky part of this reporting. We kind of already know what the Q3 numbers look like. And so we've already taken the position that an augmentation is the appropriate route.
all right, thank you.
And that is it for my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any comments or questions on the board? Any public comment? Okay. It is 10 to 12. How much time do we have here? Would you guys like to continue?
If you, and since we have members of the comment of public here, it's a motion.
That'd be number 10. So if we can move to item number 10 on the agenda, we can take a public comment for items not on the agenda. And then we can take our lunch break. Are there any? Nope. Okay. Well, I think you feel comfortable taking a lunch break now
We do.
and coming back?
Turn at 1.
Yes, we will go ahead and take our lunch break now, and when we return, we will be back at 1 o'clock, resuming the agenda at item number 9. All right, thank you. Hello, welcome back. This is the first day of the PT Board of California board meeting here in Stockton, California. We are continuing with our agenda. Moving on to agenda item number 9, executive services update.
Good afternoon, members. So I'll be touching on the legislation report. And as Mr. Kaiser touched upon in his report, we are in the first year of the 25-26 two-year legislative session, which reconvened on January 6th. And the deadline for bills to be introduced was February 21st. So as it is so early in the session, most of the bills that we are watching are in spot form. We are already watching quite a few bills, and we are going to be providing a more detailed legislative summary in June at our next board meeting. However, I will provide a quick summary of the few that we are watching now, a couple bills to note. So the first one that I'm going to go over is AB 489, Healthcare Professions, Deceptive Terms or Letters, Artificial Intelligence. This bill is in the Assembly pending referral. So again, very early in the session, it hasn't been referred to a committee yet. This bill would prohibit AI programs from using terms, letters, or phrases in its advertising or functionality, falsely implying possession of a healing arts license. Licensing boards with this bill would have jurisdiction to enforce these provisions against people or entities that develop or deploy AI programs. So this is one of a few AI bills that we have seen kind of come on our radar. There were a few last legislative session as well. There's a few also kind of going on into this legislative session. The next bill is AB 667, Professions and Vocations, Licensure Examinations, Interpreters. This bill is currently in the Assembly, and it's double referred to the Health and BNP committees. This bill would require boards and bureaus within DCA to permit an applicant who cannot read, speak, or write in English to use an interpreter at no cost to the applicant when taking a state-administered or contracted license exam. This bill would require boards administering the exam to pay for the interpreter. In addition, this bill would require the PTVC to include a section in our license application asking about the applicant's preferred languages, and we would also be required to conduct an annual review along with a corresponding legislative report regarding language preferences. The next bill to note would be AB 742, DCA licensing applicants who are descendants from slaves. Now, this is a bill that was similar to a bill we saw last legislative session. That bill was AB 2862, and that bill was held in the Senate BNP committee. AB 742, the bill for this legislative session, is currently in the Assembly, and this bill is also double referred to the BNP and Judiciary committees. This bill would direct boards to prioritize applicants seeking licensure who are descendants of American slaves once a process to certify descendants of American slaves is established. And as we see this bill go through the legislative session, there's some other bills that are kind of built in with it that will develop. I think one of them is SB 518, which would establish the Bureau for Descendants of American Slavery, and it would create additional provisions to help kind of facilitate the certification process of doing these provisions that are required in this bill. The next bill is AB 1458, Animal Physical Therapy, and this bill is currently in the Assembly BNP committee. This bill is also in spot form. It's similar to AB 814 thus far from last session, which died in the Senate BNP committee. AB 1458 is again in spot form, and it's basically stating at this time that it's the intent of the legislature to enact legislation to authorize a PT licensed under the PTVC who holds an advanced certification in animal physical therapy to provide animal PT under the supervision of a licensed veterinarian upon the recommendation of the veterinarian. So again, very spot language. It's early. We'll see it be amended quite a bit in the next policy committees and as it go through the houses. The final bill I have on here, just to note, is SB 470, and this is the bill that Mr. Kaiser talked about earlier on in his report, talking about the Badgley-Keene Open Meeting Act teleconferencing. And this bill is in the Senate. It was double referred to the Governmental, Organizational, and Judiciary committees. And this bill would delete the January 1st, 2026 repeal date of the alternate provisions for teleconferencing meetings, basically authorizing teleconferencing provisions indefinitely. And that concludes my legislative summary. I know it was quick, and I look forward to providing a more robust report in June with bill analysis and hopefully the board will have the opportunity also to take positions.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, for AB 667, is that for CAPTE accredited programs and for foreign educated, for all applicants? What's the intent of that bill?
We have had opportunity to have this discussion with the Ledge Roundtable of DCA. And I think the answer is we don't know yet because it's so early. It does apply broadly. And I think that the intent behind it is not necessarily about, one, I would say healthcare boards in general. Two, I don't think it really does address or tries to carve out anything specific to, say, foreign applications or foreign credentials applications because it's so department-wide, all of professional licensure. It really is about all of the occupations and vocations and professions that are licensed in the state of California and whether or not those interpretive services are provided on an examination. So you can go from, you know, one angle of all of healthcare boards, but you can also go look at Barbara Cosmo, the Contractor State Licensing Board, and some of these boards already offer translated examinations where those boards have deemed it appropriate. This is just kind of a more overarching concept up to this point, right? Where we go from here in conversation, I'm sure that it will evolve a little bit over time. We did express some concerns about, like, as you point out, the difference between a CAPTE accredited graduate or even a foreign trained, so much so that even in foreign trained, we're looking for, you know, test of English as a foreign language exam results, and how these two things are kind of contrary to each other in concept. So I think there's still time though, right? This bill is really in its infancy, and I don't think even the authors have really been able to take into account all the different angles that they're maybe affecting.
Piggybacking on that, is this precedented in another state?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd have to look. The other parts that I would say too is while the bill and its intent in print now could change, I think some of the things that could change are which boards are affected, which professions are affected. But even that concept of essentially taking the translation services and putting them almost at the same level is kind of a reasonable accommodation for the Americans with Disability Act, where the costs for those things are on, that's the burden of the board or the governing body. And is that appropriate? Should the translation services be the brunt of the board, or should they be the brunt of the person that's requiring the service? So I think there's still a lot of conversation that needs to be had.
Okay, is there any other comment by the board, questions on the legislative slate? Any public comment? Not seeing any. All right, we'll move on in our executive services update. The rulemaking report, Brooke.
All right, so I'm just going to direct members to the new flow chart provided by the DCA regulatory unit, which shows the 4 stages of the regulations process. That's on page 44 of the meeting materials. So for our continuing competency regulations, we are in that first phase on that chart, the concept phase is what they call that. And that is, and the goal of that phase is that proposed language is drafted and approved by the board, and then we'll move forward with our rulemaking package. So I'm so excited to report that board staff have been working collectively on proposed amendments to the existing continuing competency regulations, and we will be bringing proposed language to the board for your consideration at the upcoming June meeting. And again, our proposed CC regulation packages will be 2 separate packages, one addressing amendments to the current CC regs, and the second package will be addressing continuing competency approval agency fees. So we did note that also in our adopted 2025 rulemaking calendar that was submitted to the Office of Administrative Law. So they're moving along. We're very excited. Seen a lot of forward progression on that in the last few months. So we look forward to bringing proposed language at the June meeting. can answer any additional questions on the rulemaking report.
Nope, I don't think so. Any public comment? No. Okay, thank you so much, Brooke. And now we'll move on to communication and education update by April Beauchamp.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Sorry, my voice may go in and out, but hello, my name is April Beauchamp. I'm the Communication and Education Liaison, and today I will be presenting you the outreach report. For the website in fiscal year 24-25 quarter 2, the PTBC had a 5% increase from last fiscal year quarter 2. For Facebook, the PTBC had an increase of 12% in page visits and an increase of 7% of page reach. This fiscal year, quarter 2, the PTBC had a 16% increase in page reach for Instagram and a 21% decrease in profile visits in comparison to last fiscal year, quarter 2. And then with TikTok for quarter 2, the PTBC had an 85% decrease compared to last fiscal year, quarter 2. For X, the PTBC had a decrease of people reached by 103% and a 92% decrease. And then LinkedIn had a 37% decrease compared to last fiscal year, quarter 2, and also a 56% decrease in page visits. And then in page engagements, we had a 3% increase for LinkedIn compared to last year, quarter 2. The reason for some of the big decreases is just the way that events fall. So for example, this year, the CBTA conference, which is where we get a lot of likes and we have a lot of content, things like that. So that one event for this year was in September. So it was in quarter 1. But then last year we had high numbers because it was in October. So it fell in quarter 2. So sometimes just when events fall in certain areas or certain things happen, you'll see that. Another example that you'll see of that probably next year is right now for the quarter that we're currently in. When I report on it, you'll notice a spike in probably social media stats due to us resharing information and updates related to the Southern California fires from the governor's office, Cal Listos, Cal OES, and other state agencies. So we have a lot of that content out right now. And then if you compare it to this time next year, if nothing's going on, it might be less. So sometimes that's why the numbers will track differently like that, or you'll see huge increases or decreases. For outreach workshops and webinars during this fiscal year, quarter 2, the PTBC provided 10 in-person and virtual outreach workshops to PT and PTA programs in California. As reported at the December board meeting, the PTBC started providing outreach to high schools. So as I reported last course, kind of what Jason was talking about, sometimes we report on things while they're happening. And so when it comes to that quarter, it's kind of like we're re-reporting it.
Yeah.
But we were invited to the career fair in Antioch on October 22nd. We also have been invited back again for this year. So that career fair in Antioch will be on April 28th. And then on October 23rd, we had the opportunity to visit 2 classes at Arthur A. Benjamin Health Professions High School in Sacramento, California. And then on November 13th, we attended a career fair at Luther Burbank High School in Sacramento and spoke to 6 different classes at that career fair. Naturally, while doing this, we also do get the opportunity to provide consumer outreach as well, because some of the students may not be going into physical therapy or may not be looking into that as their profession going forward. So we do get to also tell them, well, if you ever see a physical therapist or you ever have any concerns, who you come to, and we get to have that discussion with them as well. And with their parents, because some of the career fairs parents attend as well. So later this month, though, as Jason mentioned, we will be attending the HOSA, which is Future Health Professionals College and Career Fair at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center in Sacramento. Cal HOSA has a membership of over 11,667 students from more than 215 schools across California. So we're excited to be able to be a part of this career fair, and I look forward to telling you guys all about it in June. And then the fall winter 2024 newsletter is out, and I believe you all got a copy of that. And then lastly, I have included outreach calendars in the materials for you. You'll see 2 just because we're reporting on part of last year. So I did put 2, but going forward, it'll just be the current calendar that we're on. We look forward to continuing to fill our outreach calendar with more events to reach our consumers, licensees, applicants, and students. And going forward, I will keep those updated in the materials as well for you. And is it? Do any members have any questions?
What is Hootsuite?
Hootsuite? So Hootsuite is a platform that we use. It's extremely convenient, so we can attach all of our social media platforms to Hootsuite. And so instead of having to go to like individually to LinkedIn, to Twitter, to or X, Facebook, and all those different platforms, you can do one message in Hootsuite and it sends it to all of them for you at once.
Oh, that's
And you can also schedule posts in there as well. So like some of the holidays ones we can schedule ahead of time.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And I think I asked this the last time, but Blue Sky, are we going to join Blue Sky? The new social media.
I'm not sure, but I will look into it for sure and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. It's going to reach more consumers and more of our stakeholders. Definitely something to talk about and do.
Check it out.
Thank you, April. I have a couple of questions. So is there any, has the board ever gone to the student conclave for the APTA to kind of, yeah, so that has occurred. And just FYI, I think that the APTA is going to be in California next year for their CSM.
Oh.
So yeah, in Anaheim.
We'll definitely be on the lookout for that. But yes, we did. CPTA used to do a student conclave too, and we used to attend that every year as well. So
Okay.
yeah, anything we can get into, we're trying to get into it.
Okay. And then another, I just noticed on our website statistics that our consumer, I don't know if they are just how you identify what the activity is under. I mean, when people go on the website, they click on multiple things. How do you assign it to?
We have a software, it's Google Analytics. And so they are the ones that we get the numbers from. And it's just when it's all of these, like the About Us, the Home, Enforcement, Consumers, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's consumers clicking into that. It's just that tab, that consumers tab. So it just
Was
tells me how
opened.
many times it was open and accessed.
Got it. All right. No, that's helpful because I was thinking that meant those are specific people. I was like, how would they know? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Speaking of that though, is there anything we're doing specifically for consumer awareness that you have planned for the rest of the year?
Yeah, we do have a couple like different publications and flyers and stuff that we're going to be working on that'll be aimed at consumers. And then just we're still trying to get into any there's any like health fairs, things like that. And anytime, like I said, we have the opportunity to do these kind of career fair things, we use it to still speak about consumer outreach. So
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
The calendar's a nice touch. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Good job. All right. Thank you so much. I think we can move on to the next item,
Great, thank you.
which is. Mhm. Okay. All right. Can you ask it under?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to go back to item number 8, Executive Officers Report.
I just have another question. I was wondering if there is any comment or update or anything to relate to the board regarding the strategic plan.
We do plan on doing an update at the June meeting as far as the progress tracker for strategic plan. Staff have already participated through the action plan process of strategic planning, meaning what the action steps are, who's assigned what responsibilities, and what probable timelines there are. In fact, I think Sarah and Vincent have been working on creating an electronic flow so that we can keep track of that internally, but we might even be able to multi-purpose that to kind of give you a demonstrated like visual of progress for certain objectives out of the strategic plan. Some of them, and I think we knew this when we were drafting the strategic plan, have already been completed, just as a matter of timing. And so you'll see those, but you'll also be able to see the progress that we've made on the other objectives.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions for the executive officer agenda item? Okay. And now we'll go ahead and take another opportunity to invite the public. Any public comment on items not on the agenda? All right. Not hearing any. We are going to now go to our closed session and be completing for the day. After that, I invite you all to join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. for our second day, and we will start on agenda item number 12 for the day. Thank you so much.